Yay, more boot.dev. Here we go. Good morning, Omanian. Welcome to the stream today. Hope you're doing well, sir. We're going to try to write us some code. We must claim our chest. Alright. Exponential growth. Here we go. At Locked In, we are interested in simulating the exponential growth of our influencers' followers after a certain period of time with an adjustable growth factor. Complete the exponential growth function given the initial followers count in growth factor, and number of days. Return a list containing the exponential growth of followers for each day. Okay, so we're going to loop over, or we're going to have a result. So just go ahead and return that result. Let's do for day in days. Let's see, this is 4 days. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's actually 5 numbers here. But 4 days. So I guess we actually want to start at 1 and then add 1. So let's see, print day. So if the, move that over a little bit. So if the input is 6, then there should be 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's not 1, 2. So set this back to 0. And then I guess we can initialize this to N. Yeah, let's do that. So just this. And then we do result.append math.how, or I guess we can do day factor, right? No? So what am I doing wrong here? Growth sequence is 10, 20. Oh, is just a multiplication. No? Okay, so how did they get to these numbers? You have initial follower count, then you have day 1, oh, because you've got to keep track of the, I guess, total, right? So it really should be, well, it's too early, and I'm not caffeinated enough. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's a normal day for you, man. Normal days are good days.
Ilmanian is telling you to drink some coffee.
There's that. Hey, man. Right here. I don't have any coffee yet, but I do have an energy drink. We'll make coffee as soon as I finish this energy drink. So I guess we want total. Set that to in. And then do total times the factor. So the day doesn't really matter. So we got result equals total times factor. And then set the total to the new result. There we go. Although it just looks so god-awful ugly. Why does my solution look so ugly? Let's see how they solved it. So they just used the list. Oh, yeah, that's a much less ugly way. They just always took the last item as the total, which makes sense. Much more elegant. It's 4:15 in the morning. Okay, give me a break. All right. Now we're into data structures. Starting with this chapter, you're going to be focusing on how we can store and organize data in a way that allows for even better algorithms. Data structures are just organizational tools that allow for more advanced algorithms. Some examples: stacks, last in, first out; queues, first in, first out; ooh, the dreaded linked list; binary trees. I've never heard of this one. Red-black trees? Hash maps, graphs. I don't think I've ever heard about tries. A tree used for storing and searching words efficiently. Huh. Let's implement the count marketers function. It should accept a list of strings and return the number of users who set their title to marketer. Locked-in users sometimes use different casing in their titles, so make sure to account for that. Okay. So it needs to be case insensitive is what I think that means. So let's do for title in job titles. And then we'll do result equals 0. And return our result. And we'll do if title is in. Oh no, sorry. If marketer is in title. I guess actually we probably should do a comparison. And then isn't there a lower or two lower? Let's see, string test. I think there's like a two lower, isn't there? Python two lower. Dot lower. Dot lower. There we go. Then we will say result gets incremented by 1 and then return it. Success. Hello, Anoop. Good to see you. Can I use NeoVim for Java, or is it for JavaScript only. So, also, good morning, Aeronaut. Sorry. Sup, man? What are your thoughts on NeoVim? I love NeoVim. I love it. I just actually set up a new NeoVim theme yesterday, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I like me some NeoVims. I like me some Vims of the Neo. What was I gonna say about what was the noob's question? Oh, is NeoVim only for JavaScript? No, you can use NeoVim for I think just about every language. So this is Rust right here that I've been working on a project. Um, you can also I use it to write C sharp. So let me go to a C sharp project. I don't write Java, so I've never set it up to work with Java, but I guarantee you somebody has. So you can use it for whatever language of choice. Some languages are a little easier to configure it for because a lot of other people are already using NeoVim for those languages. Like, for example, C sharp has actually been kind of tricky to make it a good experience. Um, I'm currently waiting on them to merge in the Roslyn, or I guess they did merge it, but I'm currently waiting for Roslyn to become a part of the Mason, the official Mason registry, so I can migrate my LSP to the Roslyn LSP. But yes, you can most definitely use it for whatever your language of choice is. You have to go through the work of figuring out like, okay, like what LSP do you want to use? What's your debugger of choice? How does that all work? Which is kind of a rabbit hole unto itself. That's why you hear people joke around about like spending more time configuring NeoVim than they actually do writing code. Let's actually look that up. Actually, right while we're here, we'll go to NeoVim LSP, and then let's go to all configs. Yeah, I'm going through. That's the next course on my boot.dev roadmap. Is learn data structures and algorithms in Python. So I'm like, how many courses on? I'm probably a good 10 courses into this path. I'm just going in order. This is probably the third or fourth DSA like course that I've taken. So I'm guessing a lot of it will be refresher information, but it earns me XP, which is all I care about on my road to Archmage. Let's see if Java's on here. So they got Kotlin. So they've got JVM languages. So I'm guessing one of these is it this one maybe? Oh no, there it is. Java language server. There you go. So you got your LSP, and then you'll have to set up your debugger and any other like things you want. I'm guessing. Let's see if Kickstart. Let's see Kickstart NeoVim. I'm guessing they have this set up to work with. No, this isn't what I want. Is it Kickstart or is it? Let's see, NeoVim distros. So maybe it's LazyVim I'm thinking of. I think a lot of people who are getting into NeoVim are not building their config from scratch. I think most of them are using something like this. So let's see if they have it already set up. LSP. It's like they rely on Mason. Yeah, they've got a Java configuration for it. Yeah, man, I think it's definitely doable. Sorry, you nerd sniped me there for a second with your question, but I think it's definitely doable. What's the benefit of NeoVim? The only real benefit, I mean, the only true benefit, like my biggest takeaway from using it has been Vim motions. So like in all my editors now, even in like Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, I have it set up to whoops. I have it set up to use Vim motion. So like if I do Control New, whoops, that's not what I want. Control New, right? We can do function, say hello. So that to me is the biggest takeaway, is being able to navigate and edit your code, keeping your fingers on a keyboard, which I think is pretty great. I mean, not everyone may agree with me, but that's my biggest takeaway from it. It feels foreign once you've used it. Once you've used the emotions long enough, then it feels foreign to not write code that way or edit code that way. Although now everybody just uses AI to edit code, right? So, I don't know, what are you gonna do? It's a fun side quest. Although I've been on this side quest for 18 months, so my NeoVim side quest has kind of turned into the main side quest. Good morning, Nikhil. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Buffer Ghost. Nice to see you. Welcome back. Let's see. A data structure is a data organization, management, and storage format that enables efficient access and modification. More precisely, a data structure is a collection of values, the relationships among them, and the functions or operations that can be applied to the data. Block. I don't use AI to edit code. So I definitely do and have used AI to edit code, but I still edit a lot of code by hand. But I know that's kind of like that's like the current flex right now in the industry. Is like, I haven't written a line of code in 12 months because I'm AI native. So it's a whole thing. Oh, what's up, Nikhil? Hey, Nikhil, I did not know that you were butterscotch. So what's up? You changed your username or got a different account. Which is not a data structure. That would be MySQL. That would be a pretty funny answer in an interview. So, can you tell me about your favorite data structure? Well, I like to use MongoDB. Okay, we know that lists are or not. It seems odd how willing everyone is to just outsource their craft to an AI. Yeah, it is super weird. It's super weird. It's super weird that to me the weirdest part about the like developer AI scene right now is that there's just this obsession with using AI. Like, like what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is if you build good software, who really cares if you used AI to generate the code or if you typed the code yourself? What matters is that you built something good and it works and you enjoy doing it. And but there's this current obsession of just like you must use AI. If you don't use AI, you get left behind. Um, and if you don't use AI, you're some sort of Luddite. And if you don't only exist or only work with a coding agent, that's the part that is to me is the most off-putting. Is it's almost like this almost religious, culty, you know. Although I guess that kind of lines up. Developers are kind of good at creating those sorts of tribal situations. But yeah, it just who cares, right? It's like if you use AI, great. If you enjoy it, awesome. If you don't, cool. Like I guess I just work the way that best suits you. You know, I don't know why that changed all of a sudden. That's how it was. You know, and then now you're not a developer if you're not using 12 coding agents at the same time. I don't get it. Waku Waku, long time no see. How you doing? Post Postgres SQL is the best data structure. No, SQLite is the best data structure. Lots of vibe engineering going on. Yeah, there's vibe engineering. I mean, the thing is, like, one of the engineers I look up to the most, or like I guess admire the most, is a guy named David Fowler from Microsoft. And I mean, he's a distinguished engineer at Microsoft, and like in the last, I would say, 2 years, he's kind of gone all in on. I mean, he again, he works at Microsoft, right? So part of this is also probably him like doing what's necessary to stay relevant as an engineer at a company that's very much commercially incentivized to have AI be successful as a product. So it behooves him as an engineer to sort of lead the way of how you can use these tools in this discipline. But like just going back to like what you said about vibe engineering is like there's definitely that going on. But there are also really good engineers who are just using AI as a force multiplier to be more productive and get more done, right? And to me it's like that's awesome, but I don't really care. I don't care if you use AI. I don't care if you don't use AI. Like, are you building something useful and meaningful, and are you having the experience that you want to have while you're doing it, right? And for some reason, that has we've almost like we've almost become more obsessed with like the we've become more obsessed with how you get to the thing you use to get to the outcome instead of the outcome itself, I guess, which is just weird. Learning data structures, we're currently going through boot.dev. I'm trying to become an Archmage, level 100. Do you think AI can do OOP like a human? I'm sure it could. I'm sure if somebody was a very skilled and very knowledgeable object-oriented programmer, they could probably direct AI to write good object-oriented code, right? I don't think that's I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I think using AI, not haram, brother, if you use for yourself and know some fundamental. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this AI, I mean, I'm not, I don't want to devolve into AI speak because that's what killed a lot of my enjoyment of streaming a month and a half ago. But I just think the whole like, is AI good? Is AI useful? Is it harmful? Like, a lot of it's kind of like, who cares? Like, use it, don't use it. Just like you use an ID, don't use an ID. Code from a terminal, don't code from a terminal. Like I think it's just like whatever you want to do, right? You're the driver, you're the one doing the building. Build it how you want with the tools you want, right? The one I think thing about AI that we talked about yesterday was just you do have to be aware of that AI isn't all good. Like deciding to use it, there is a trade-off. There is a cost to using it, in my opinion. That doesn't make it bad, just something you have to factor in. Nikhil, I mostly use AI for scaffolding projects, writing test code reviews. I bet I can write better code than machines do. Yeah, no, I would 100% agree that a competent person driving AI is much better than a non-competent person driving AI. At the end of the day, it's juniors that actually end up not learning as deeply as they would have without AI. Seniors already know and have written most things, so to them it is in fact a force. Exactly. Yes, Buffer Ghost. Exactly, and that's the price. That's the cost, right? That's the cost of using AI. Is I do think it hinders your own cognitive development and abilities for sure. It's kind of like It's kind of like in math, right? So if you're at level 0 and you apply a false multiplier of 10, you get 0, right? But if you're at level 20 and you apply a false multiplier of 10, you get 200, right? So there's got to be something here to begin with for the full force multiplier to be meaningful. Um, and I think that's unfortunately for juniors is now I think for people who are early in career, the onus. We talked about this actually in my Discord yesterday. I think the onus falls on you as the individual that you have to kind of go. You have just because of the way the job market is, you sort of have to do the work to level up your skills without AI yourself. You may not get it as much as you would have on the job as maybe you would have in the past, depending on where you work, right? Yeah, cognitive debt. Yep, it's actually the term I've read about is called they call it cognitive surrender, where you basically kind of turn over your thinking and reasoning, or you externalize your thinking and your reasoning and your judgment and decision making to the LLM or to the AI that you're working with. There is indeed a Discord. Yeah, you can. Here, I'll put the link in the chat. What is it? Discord. Hopefully that comes through. There you go. Discord.stephenfreeborn.com. We had a good discussion about this, though. Why isn't that actually working? Timers. Oh yeah, sorry man, I'll let you in. Sorry, I got distracted. Uh, huh. I wonder why that doesn't work. Okay, Discord. Discord. Man, you guys kind of got me going with the AI speak this morning. Really lit me up a little bit. I've been trying to avoid those conversations. So I'm if you ask me or just start talking a lot about AI, don't be offended if I sort of trail off a little bit. I just think it's kind of a circular conversation, you know? Like I've had a lot of conversations about it on stream. I have a lot of conversations about it in real life with people, and it's like, I wonder why my Discord bot didn't. That's weird. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it is buffer ghost. It really is insufferable. It's kind of insufferable. It's kind of exhausting, and there are there are certain things. Okay, I said I'm not gonna. I said I wasn't gonna get suckered into it, but I have to express this: is that there's certain things about AI that I am frustrated about. Like, for example, the price of RAM, the price of CPUs, uh, the fact that all programming and coding content on the internet has become nothing but people talking about their AI workflows. Like, there is stuff that AI has done to the world that makes me hate it, but I don't just like outright like un like my feelings about AI are nuanced, but there are some things that I really do uh dislike about its impact on the current state of the world. Yeah, people are either talking about models or they're talking about how they use AI to do their work. And it's like, I don't care about either of those things. Or not, yeah, the discussion can get a little negative as devs, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's there's just we're all rehashing the same conversation about it, and it's exhausting. We're all exhausted. Hey, what's up, Ducky Dev? AI is the new slavery. I don't. I That's a little hyperbolic, Ducky Dev. It's a little hyper. That's a little hyperbolic to compare anything to slavery besides slavery. But I think I know what you're getting at. It's too boring. Anyways, back to Python list. Yes, we're talking about data structures and algorithms in Python. Block enough AI talk for that. Yes, we all come here to hide from the AI speak. Good morning, Cyberlanka. Good to see you. What are your thoughts about doing DSA and C for practicing fundamentals? I think that you can use. I think you can use DSA in any language, right? I mean, you're gonna learn because it should be transferable, right? The knowledge you have about these things, the implementation, right, is obviously specific to the languages, but the the knowledge about why you might reach for this data structure over that data structure and awareness of algorithms in general, right? That's pretty ubiquitous. I've never written any C, so at some point I'm going to get to write some C as part of boot.dev. I think that's actually the second to next or first to next course that we'll do. But I don't think there's, excuse me, I don't think there's anything inherently special about doing DSA and C. Be careful, the python might bite. See, I think Python being high level helps you focus on the logic instead of the technicalities, which is that could be a great reason not to use C. Yeah, lurk away, Ducky Dev, lurk away. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming back around. Crafting interpreters. Have to learn some C now, but already know a bit of C++. Very cool. I've never heard of that. Crafting interpreters. Crafting interpreters. Okay. Oh, this is like a like an online book, or oh no, this is just a website that looks like a book. That's kind of cool. Is it expensive? Let's see. Oh yeah, it's kind of pricey. $40 book. Yeah, I'll have to add that to the list. Copy. Add that to the list. It's like a phone book. Nice. Isn't crafting interpreters half Java, half C? Well, that would be an interesting book for me to read because I know none of those languages. Steven's finally gonna try Alicia JS. Let's go. I just have a long list, man. That list goes back. God, man, that list goes back to like almost a year now at this point. Some of that stuff on that list, and I've never gotten around to it. Like, I still want to try to build something with Godot. There's still a bunch of languages I'd like to try. A couple DBs that we have on here, 3JS. That was an interesting project. I think that would be fun to make something with that. There's just not enough time. You know what I mean? Not enough time to try to do it all. I run out of time in the day. But there is a list. An aspirational list. When are you going to learn the cow programming language on stream? I don't know. Probably never. You should try Obsidian instead of just a note. So I do have Obsidian. I don't know why that list is in a text file, but I do use Obsidian. I have kind of like two note-taking systems. I have like the ephemeral note-taking system of like a text file or a markdown file and very minimal editor to throw shit into those files, but I don't really care if I lose them. And then anything that's like meaningful goes into Obsidian. Why I have those two just separate note-taking systems, don't ask me. It's just where I've landed. So that document is something I don't really care about. So it sits in a text file on disk. Why are people with glasses so good at programming? I have no idea. I have not observed that correlation. Yeah, or personally. Oh, I see what you were doing there, Waka Waka. Good one. Good one. All right, I'm gonna try to finish. I'm gonna try to do a couple lessons here. I'm gonna try to lock in. You guys got me distracted with all the AI conversation. We need to display a user's last job title on their profile. Implement the last work experience function. It takes a list of our users' work history and returns the last place they worked. Assume the list is ordered from oldest to most recent. If the list is empty, return none. Okay. So we'll do length of work experiences equals 0, return none. Otherwise, we'll just return work experiences -1. I'm on a 9-day streak. Okay. Answer the questions based on this code from the last assignment. Looking up an item in a list by index is much faster than searching for items. What is the big O complexity where n is the length of the work experiences array? So this would be 1, right? Because I think this is 1. Yeah. Why is index lookup so much faster than iteration? The index is stored in the back of a physical book. As we all know, turning pages is blazingly fast. The computer can jump straight to the location of an index, and an index is just like an address of an item in a list. This one. We are not looping. We are not looping. All right. A stack is a data structure that stores order items in order items. It's like a list, but it's more restrictive. It only allows items to be added or removed from the top of the stack. It's called a stack because it behaves much like a stack of physical items. Imagine a stack of plates. It's easy to take an item off the top of the stack, but you can't really get to the items in the middle or at the bottom without removing the items on top first. You'll often hear a stack referred to as last in, first out data structure. In this chapter, we'll build a stack from scratch. A stack will be useful at locked in when we need undo redo functionality. For example, a user can add other users to their connections list, then undo the last connection they added. Stacks are a great way to implement undo functionality. For now, we'll just focus on 2 methods, push and size. Notice that the stacks class already has a constructor and the underlying list that we'll use to store items. So complete the push method. It should add items to the top of the stack. The top of the stack is the end of the list in our implementation. So push, we'll call self.items.append item. And then the size will return length of self.items. Success. Hello, it just works day. Okay. I almost said it just works day, but your username is it just works okay. So I apologize. Sometimes my brain gets ahead of my mouth. But nice to see you. Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you holding it down on Twitch for us. You're like the single person over there. Twitch is hard to find people to hang out with. There's not a lot of people over there for little creators like me. Learning data structures is like learning how to run a restaurant. It's not just about storing ingredients. It's about organizing them so every order is served efficiently. That's a great explanation. You should be a teacher, Waku Waku. Hello, D. Yes, I am trying to become Archmage, Steven. I am currently Scholar, Steven. I'm level 51, but I'm going to eventually become Archmage, Steven. And I think what would be really funny is if we bought an Archmage costume. And then as I level up, I just slowly add one piece of the costume over a period of weeks. That's a pretty cool Archmage costume. So every day I come to stream and I'm getting closer and closer to that level 100. One day I'll show up with a staff, and then one day I can show up with a tunic, and then the cloak. Maybe when I reach level 100, I actually get the staff or something. I think that would be fun. This would also make a cool Halloween costume. Kind of expensive, but I think that sounds like a good idea. Love that idea. Your spell is print. I like that idea. Yeah, slowly but surely. Buffer Ghost, how dare you accuse me of trying to become a Pythonista? Yeah. Oh man. I hate being the guy that shits on a language, but I just don't get it, man. I spent the last 3 weeks rewriting a Python library, so I've written a lot of Python in the last 3 weeks, uh, and I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get what people are attracted to. I don't understand it. Yeah, 300 USD is very expensive. Very expensive indeed. Python is okay, great for prototyping and POC. Yeah, I don't understand. I'd rather prototype in TypeScript. I mean, I'd rather prototype in fucking C sharp, man. Like I don't know. A coworker of mine, a developer at the company I work for that I've become pretty good friends with, he uses Python all the time for prototyping and POC stuff. Which is, I mean, that's like I don't care. Like I don't care. Use the language you want to use, right? But yeah, I don't get it personally. Zig doesn't exist. Rust is a fever dream. I like Rust, man. I do. I like it. I really like it. Like I think I would. I think that's a language I'd like to actually be good, like good at writing. Yeah, I like it. I haven't tried Zig, but I would like to try Zig. I'd rather prototype in Rust. Really, dude, you're hardcore. You're hardcore prototyping in a systems language, huh? Hardcore. Nah, not TypeScript. TypeScript is evil. Damn you, D. Damn you. I did a benchmark test between Java 26, Rust, and Go. Ran 5 billion iterations of 12 words long sentence, and Java kept outpacing others. Does the speed argument matter? No, I don't think. I mean, honestly, I think in most of the code that I mean, I know most of the code I write, speed isn't really a thing. You know, that's not the main driving force. But man, I mean, Rust binaries. I mean, Go binaries are pretty awesome too. Like the startup time is pretty impressive. .NET and Python stack is quite okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll never be the guy that says like you shouldn't use, like I use the language you want, right? Like everyone's allowed to have preference, but like no, I mean, they're all these tools and languages are used to build like crazy successful and useful projects and products and stuff. So like um use what you enjoy. I just don't I still I just can't wrap my head around it. Hello, Tookie Tookie. Good to see you. Whoever said TS is evil is a JS lover and must be vanquished. Oh no, we started a language war in the chat. Java still runs the world in 2026. Yeah, it's super popular, right? It's super popular. Although I don't know how big of a I don't I take that back. I think Garmin is one of the bigger technology employers here, like corporate technology employers where I live. And I'm pretty sure they use, I mean, they do a lot of embedded stuff. So I bet they have a lot of C and C++ and stuff, but I think they have a pretty heavy Java stack as well. There's a lot in Kansas City, there's a lot of .NET. There's a lot of .NET here. It's interesting that technologies, at least in the United States, it's interesting that technology sort of like become kind of geographically concentrated, you know? Like Kansas City seems like a .NET town. If you go to New York, with finance, I'm guessing you get a lot of C and C++ type stuff with the high frequency traders and whatnot. If you want some good binaries, why not check out VLang? I've never heard of VLang. That's a new one for me. The language wars of 2026 will be one of the ages. Well, I'd much rather actually talk about programming languages than AI. So bring on the language wars. Most banks and financial software are written in Java. Really? That's news to me. I thought a lot of banking software was written in um, Fortran, like super old, dated programming languages. Um, I could be misinformed. Let's go jQuery and Ajax, dude. Y'all don't even know if I joke all the time with my colleagues at work that if we were to show our front end code to a modern JavaScript developer, they wouldn't even know what the fuck they were looking at, man. They wouldn't. They wouldn't know what was up and what was down. People complaining about speed when a 24 byte int walks in. Gun Heist, you heard about VLang? I told you like 6 months ago. I don't remember Gun Heist. I mean, you probably did, man, but that was 6 months ago. Learn COBOL. That was it. COBOL. Yeah, COBOL is what I had heard, but I could be wrong. I don't know anything really about programming and coding in the financial industry or banking industry. I am out of my depth. I think Python is a programming language that's so very close to the way we describe our logic. Okay, all right. I again, like I don't see the appeal, but I can understand that. Most of the mainframe is COBOL. Interesting. All right, peek. Let's see. It should return the top item from the stack without modifying the stack. If the stack is empty, return none. So if oops. So we're taking from the top of the stack as the end of the list. And then this is actually going to return self.items.pop. We want pop. We want the last item. Yeah, pop. Oh, if it's empty, we have to return none. There we go. Was that? Yeah, this is an energy drink. Yeah, my sister-in-law, my wife's youngest sister, has had a. She's in nursing school, and she has had a internship, I guess you would call it, with Children's Mercy here in Kansas City, and she likes these Alani energy drinks. So I've been buying them and keeping them at the house, which is, it's a risky thing because they taste so good. You want to drink more than one at a time, but you really shouldn't because they have quite a bit of caffeine in them. Uh, um, but they do taste good. She's been working nights, so I was like, you know what? She needs the support. She's got a real job. It's been kind of wild to watch her do this internship because all I can think about is that her job is like so much harder than mine. you know, she's 10 years younger than me or 11 or 12 years younger than me. I'm like, man, she's working way harder than I am. We know, Steve. We know. Option one is funny. yeah, it is. Your mom's phone number. Caffeine isn't the problem. What's the problem? Is there other things in energy drinks that you guys are scared of? The only problem with energy drinks I have is when I don't drink them. That's a good one. I wonder why are my timers? My timers seem to not be. Um, let's do. I'm gonna adjust the intervals. They seem to be posting too frequently. Sorry about that. I'm not trying to spam links in chat, but I do want people to be aware of those links. I remember back when I used to stay up late on Fridays to join Steven's streams. Well, that's very kind of you that you stayed up for me. Block kidney issues, I heard. Interesting. Kidney issues specific to caffeine or just kidney issues specific to like any beverage that isn't water? Your coffee is like uh, 3 to 4 energy drinks. And so I think if you're not like, especially if I would think they'd be particularly dangerous for like middle schoolers, high schoolers who I think would have the propensity to like slam 2 or 3 of them in a day. And that's a lot of caffeine for the average person, especially if you're not very tolerant of caffeine. What can be stored in a stack? Your mom's phone number. It could be your mom's phone number. Undo, redo? Undo, redo what? The problem is sugar. Oh yeah, I don't drink anything that has calories in it. I do not drink my calories. That's one of my number one dietary rules I do not break. So I only drink diet drinks, coffee or water. I think it's crazy that people drink sodas that are like 200 calories. It's crazy. Steven, unrelated to tech, but do you have any tips for belly fat exercises? I hit the gym, but see no improvement. Been like a year. So Cyberlonka, I'm going to tell you what I used to tell clients um, when I was a personal trainer. No amount of exercise is going to be as beneficial to fat loss as taking care of your diet. So if you want to get rid of stubborn belly fat, you got to deal with the diet. The number one way you get rid of belly fat is to lose weight. The number one way you lose weight is to achieve a caloric deficit for a sustained period of time. So you got to figure out what are your daily caloric needs. You got to start making sure your daily intake on average falls below that for an extended period of time and get the weight off. It's not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. Does bro think a stack is a doubly linked list? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think a stack is a doubly linked list. Energy drinks have electro-like properties. I'm not sure what that means. Diabetic, knock knock, who's there? But if we know how to manage our sugar, energy drinks not a problem. Yeah, but I still think energy drinks could inherently be a problem. I mean, dosing yourself with 800 milligrams of caffeine, I mean, that's just a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot for most everyday people who may not be good metabolizers of caffeine. Never thought I will hear electrolytes be called electro-like. That's a first for me as well. But I kind of figured that's what he meant. Uh, it's kind of a much more interesting way to say electrolyte. If we want to get an item at the bottom of a stack, what is the big O to retrieve that item? I'm going to say O of N. You guys have been talkative today. All right, here we go. Balance parentheses. Complete the isBalance function. It takes a string as input, returns true if the parentheses in the string are balanced, and false otherwise. Use an instance of the provided stat class in stack.py to keep track of the parentheses. Okay, parentheses are balanced when each parentheses has a corresponding parentheses, and the pairs of parentheses are properly nested. For example, unbalanced. Okay, so let's create our stack. I'm just going to return false here. Stack equals stack input, and then we're going to loop over for, I guess, C in stir, print C. Whoops, input stir. So I wonder why do I need the stack to solve this? If the parentheses are balanced, then the stack should be empty. You should only need to consider the characters open, close parens. Okay, so let's go ahead and just define some constants. We'll say closed parens, or so open parens, close parens. And then what does stack expose? S dot stack exposes a push, a peek, and a pop. That's interesting. I wonder why they just didn't call pop on the underlying list. Hello, Arvin. Nice to see you. Hello, I love melons. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so we should just return. We basically just need to return a check that says s.size equals 0. So if the size of the stack is 0, then it's true. If the size of the stack is anything greater, it's false. So I guess we should start by s dot, what's the method? S dot push C. But we should probably peek at what's on the top of the stack. Okay, so if the stack is empty, if s dot size is 0, then we know we're getting started. We can just s dot push and continue, right? Then if s dot peak so we should be able to exit early, right? So if the current thing on top, we basically want to say if C is a open parens, or actually I'm gonna do this. If C is a closed parens, close. Then we need to make sure. Let's see. Yeah, if C is a closed parens and s dot peak is a. Oops, I'm trying to write TypeScript. So if s dot peak is not an open parens, then we should be able to return false, because that means they're not properly balanced, right? This would mean that you have something like this, or you receive something like this, where you got the first thing they gave you was this, and then they gave you a if C equals open parens and s dot peak does not equal close parens, return false. Otherwise, now we need to push and pop, right? Otherwise, we're going to s dot pop and then s dot push C. Okay. What have we done? I'm gonna print what's in the stack. I'm gonna let's see, print list. I'm gonna add a. Can I add a method here? Oh, I can't add a method here. Let me just print the stack first. So we'll say for I. Sorry, I know I'm ignoring chat, but print s dot pop. Okay, so the input was this. Expected false. Oh, that's an interesting. So we can actually just. It's got to be even. Or it doesn't have to be even, I guess. Hello, Yonlei. Good to see you. Hello, Danny. Good morning. Good morning, Rock and Brain. Sorry I missed you guys. If you want to join this live, you should be renamed to I Love Pie. Never thought I would see a solution like this. What? Oh, am I doing it wrong? Our bro is focusing. Let him cook. I don't know if I'm cooking, but I am focusing. I am trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. All right, the energy drink's gone, so we've got like 10 minutes before we have to go make coffee. All right, so we're pushing things onto this thing. That's good. Um, Now why? Okay, so let's just try to address this case right here. So if the input is just a single bracket, this solution will not work. Uh, also, this is a dumb way to print this because it's changing the it changes the result down here. What's a better way to do this? Can I? There's not really a good way to do that. Oh, so this is okay. So this is correct. So I am handling that case fine. But I think that's just me getting lucky. Okay, expected true, actuals false. Okay, so I think if so C equals input stir at I. I feel like we're doing admin of code now. I feel like we're leak coding. Input stir. Now, why did I do that? Because basically, we always want to pop, but we only want to push if I is we only want to push if I is less than length of input stir -1. Basically, on the last iteration, we don't want to push. Okay. If I is less than I keep trying. I keep trying to write like I'm in the oven. Okay, that's not. Why is that never getting hit? What am I misunderstanding? I only see I printed. Okay, there we go. 0, 1, 0, 1, false. This is where a debugger would be really helpful to me. So this expected true, but actual is false. But there's nothing in it. So y is size. Oops. Okay, so we're exiting. Because we could have because we could have nested. That's okay. So that's what I'm not. That's what I'm failing to comprehend. Because we could have nested, right? So it's not always going to alternate the way I'm expecting it, right? So we need to account for that. So if C is a closed parens, you know, I think what I could do is instead of I think probably this shouldn't be so hard. Hello, Oblivious. Good to see you. Good morning, Minister of Defense. Yes, we are leak coding. What in the heck is this? um. I'm having a tough time, I guess, expressing the logic I want to use for determining whether the next thing I've seen is the valid thing. Um, so if I have an open parens, but if I have seen a closed parens, I'm stuck. I know I've solved problems like this before, but for whatever reason, I'm stuck. Like I know I've solved harder problems like this during advent of code. Uh, but I'm drawing a blank. Maybe I need to get some coffee. Monotonic stack. See, I don't even know what that means. I'm guessing that's the answer, but I don't know what it means. Excuse me. Uh, um, make a hash map of opening brackets. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is my experience with people trying to help me solve stuff in chat is it doesn't work very well because I probably think differently than you and you think differently than me and it's difficult to express these things across the wire. I'm just going to sit here and suffer through it until I figure it out. So if you don't want to sit here and suffer with me, that's okay. I totally understand. NeetCode has this solution. Nice. Yeah. No, I believe I'll figure it out. It won't be fast. Uh, how do I want to determine whether something is uh if something is balanced? Can't do it on raw number. Um, so I guess I do want I do want to iterate over the characters. I know that for sure. Um, now what I want to do is I want to do something here that I'll just define as false for now. And this branch should lead to S being popped. And then the other case is S gets pushed onto, or sorry, character. This would help if I actually iterated over here. So I do know I want to do character push pop. and then size equals 0. Now this is going to fail, obviously. So it's this case that I need to figure out. Um, oh, actually, let's try this. Let's do top equals s dot pop, and then yeah, the LeetCode experience is quite. I mean, just solving problems in general. The aha moment is a pretty nice payoff. I don't know why this one's so difficult for me though. I would have. Uh, I would have not thought I'd struggled with so much with this, I guess. So if top element, okay, so if top does not equal none, meaning we actually have a top element. Why are you? Oh, because I'm not doing it. Okay, so if top is not none, um, actually, let's just do this. If character equals open parens, it does not. I feel like I'm writing the same thing I wrote a minute ago. If yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same code I just wrote. Uh, the only thing I did is I moved the pop to the top of the loop. Okay, so I guess there is. We could do this. We could say I've just kind of lagged out now. This is frustrating. I definitely think there's a way to. So we can definitely, I guess, make this a little cleaner. We can say map. And say this is equal to this, that. Or maybe this is equal to that. Then remove those hard-coded constants and then say we can clean this. I don't know if this doesn't, does this change anything? Not really. So we're saying if C does not equal, or if map C does not equal top, excuse me, key error. Oh, I guess probably need the inverse. Is that correct? Yeah, I'm stuck, man. I am stuck. I copy paste soul. I feel shame now. What is soul? Thanks for this motivation. What is soul? I don't know. I don't understand. I guess maybe I don't understand the problem well enough to express. Parentheses are balanced with parentheses has a corresponding parentheses. The pairs of parentheses are properly nested. So let's see. Print failure. So like let's just take this input as an example. Okay, this input right here, I would expect it to succeed. Let's say input stir equals this, right? So the first time we come in here, pop's gonna be none. Okay, let's maybe that. Okay, so let's go ahead and initialize our stack to input stir at 1. Then instead of looping over all of this, let's take from 1 to the end. Now run. String index out of range. Oh, whoops, sorry. Okay. This is where the only way I know how to solve this is I've got to start debugging and stepping through everything. Okay. So we have top. So the match should not be this. The match should be okay, so why is the match this? Right? So okay. I think I see part of the problem. All right, let's go back to not initializing it. Okay. So top is none, and the match is an open parens. Okay, I don't actually. I actually do want to do that. So if the top is an open parens, what we want oh shit. Let's also print the current. So this is the current item. Okay. So current item is a close. The top is an open. And so this is the condition where we want to return true. Bruh, this one just completely fucking wrecked me this morning. These are the moments if you wonder if you even know how to program or how to code because you can't figure shit like this out. See you, Arvin. Have a good day, man. It happens. It does happen. Let's see. Um, there's something about how I'm determining what to compare it to that's off. This exercise remembers Lisp. So if the current is a closed parentheses, right? Then the next thing I should see, or I guess it's not the next thing, it's the last thing, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm stuck. I'm gonna have some AI help here. Uh, bruh, this fucking wrecked me. I need some boots assistance. Just count them if they're equal. It's balanced, otherwise not. Yeah, I don't think you can count them because order matters. The way they so if you had something like this, right? Like for example, if you had something whoops. How do I zoom it black screen? Control Shift B. Zoom it shortcuts. Why can't I remember? Man, my brain is not working today. I can't remember how and zoom it to show. Let's press K or W for black. It's Control 2. There we go. So yeah, so if you had something like this, right? If you counted and just compared the number, this would be valid, but it's not. So order matters. You got to make sure you're paying attention to like the order that you saw the parentheses is correct. Let's see. The classicest approach is simpler than you built. When you see this, push. When you see close, you try to pop. If there's a matching waiting on the stack, great. If the stack is empty, this has no partner. It's unbalanced. When the match succeeds, you're pushing back onto the stack. Should a successful pair leave anything on the stack at all? Okay. Let's think. Okay. Well, thank you, Boots. Let's try to think about this then. Okay. I'm going to go back to what I was doing before then. I'm going to do open parens equals this. Close parens equals this. And then we'll try to follow Boots' advice and say if C is a open parens, or I guess let's do if C top equals S dot pop, if C equals close. Else. Well, let me just say, if C is close parens, we will pop. If C equals open parens, whoops, we will S dot push. So that's that kind of just taking care of what Boots described for us here. So if you only push when there's an open and only pop on the close, that single chain simplifies everything. Want to take another? Yes, I want to take another swing at it. Okay, so top equals pop. Hey, what's up, Mark? Good to see you. You're eating a whole fried chicken? That sounds like a lot of chicken, man, for one man. Okay, when you see close parens, you try to pop. If there's a matching open waiting on the stack, great. Yeah, so then I think this is where I'd say if top equals C, then, or if top does not equal open, we got a problem. Oh man, was that really as simple as it needed to be? Hey, that only took us 45 minutes to solve. Okay, thank you, Boots was really the unlock. Okay, so the idea is, hey, as long as we're seeing open, we're adding that to the stack. Whenever we encounter a close parens, we should pop. Let me look at some of the examples he gave. So if we're iterating through, this is open, right? So we push it, then we push it. Now if we see a close, we should pop this and make sure that the thing we just popped is in fact an open parens. If it's not in an open parens, then this guy doesn't have a matching, a partner. Huh, that's a lot simpler than in my brain I was thinking it needed to be. It always feels simpler than you think. All right, I'm gonna put on some water to make some coffee real quick. Hold on. Can't you make a list in a mutt, then check for open close starting from 0? I don't know. Would that work? I don't know. Try to implement it, James, and see if that works. I really need to get some sort of like permanent coffee camera. I think I'm gonna work on that today. I want to set up some sort of permanent coffee camera. Let's see. What is a queue? A queue stores ordered lists again, kind of like a list, but again, like a stack, its design is more restrictive. A queue only allows items to be added to the tail of the queue and removed from the head. This is FIFO. What is an example of a real-world queue? An absurdly long line of millennials without children waiting in Disneyland. That's a good one. Lane's collection of totally cool and totally not lame Lord of the Rings action figures. I like that they put personality into the course. Alright, so let's implement a queue class. Implement the following operations on the queue. Push. Adds an item to the tail of the queue. So the tail adds an item to the index 0 of list. So is there a method okay, so pop is easy. Return self dot items last item. But that just returns the last item. We actually want to pop it off there. And this would be self dot items, and this is looking at the returns an item from the head of the queue. So if the tail is index 0, then the head, I guess, is the last one. And then this, where's the size? Size is just return length of self dot items, which is fine. So the push is the one I'm not sure. I want to add it at the beginning. So I don't actually know how to do that. I guess we'll do this. We'll do dot items, and we will do self dot items. And then we will put item in its own list and just do some concatenation. You'll often hear words used interchangeably in programming, push, pop, but NQ, DQ are also common words, yeah. All right, so list index out of range. I guess I need to check and see if this is none. So if length of self.items equals 0, just return none, I guess. Let's see, pop. I guess we need the same check here. I lost my sharpshooter badge. Yeah. There we go. I wouldn't know, to be honest. Can't you make a list? I was doing leak code, got mad, then went and started playing Eve, but this is very similar to what I was trying to solve. Oh, interesting. Yeah, leak code can be a frustrating experience. Any type of problems like this can be a frustrating experience, you know. Coding and programming in general can be a frustrating problem. What is the big O complexity of push pop peak and size operations of an optimized queue? If an item could be anywhere in a queue, what is the big O complexity to retrieve that item? O of n, because you might have to pop all the items in the queue. Yes, this one. Why is our list-based queues push operation O of n? Because you have to search for the perfect spot to insert the new element, because you have to remove everything from the queue before you can add a new element, because you have to move all the elements over by one index to make room for the new. That one. Although I didn't use insert, I used concatenation. But I'm guessing it under the hood it probably does something very similar. Okay. Let's go check if that water's done. Boil some coffee, and then we'll try to struggle through this one. Hopefully this one's a little easier for me. Famous last words. I forgot to use my coffee sign. What's the point of having it if you can't use it, right? Put it right there. Oh god, it's too big. All right. Here we go. We're back. Also, I'm 100% convinced that this thing is broken. Kiki. Hey, Blackfire. Good morning, sir. Welcome back to the struggle bus. Not you struggling, but me struggling. Okay, complete the matchmake function that simulates users joining and leaving the matchmaking queue. The function should take a queue instance in a user tuple containing a name and action, either join or leave. For each call to matchmake, if the action is leave, search the queue for the user and remove them if they are in the queue. If the action is join, push the user's name onto the queue. Lastly, check if the queue has at least 4 users in it. If so, pop the first 2 users from the queue. Return the following string. When user 1 is the first user popped and user 2 is the second user popped, or where. If there were less than 4 players in the queue, return the following string, no match found. Okay, let's try to take that one at a time. So for now, we'll just return an empty string to make everyone happy. And then if the action is leave, so the tuple has the user name and the action. So let's start there. Let's say user name is going to be our user, and it's going to be the first element of the tuple, and then we have action. So user action, which is the second one. Then we'll say if user action equals leave, we're going to search the queue for the user and remove them if they are in the queue. So does the queue have some sort of way? It has a search and remove function. Okay. So we will do. I wonder why they added that. They didn't really talk us through implementing it. Cuckoo. If user action is. This seems much less of a challenge compared to the last one. Let's see. This seems much more like an imperative implementation. So if user action is join, push the user's name onto the queue. So we'll say queue.push user name. Lastly, check if the queue has at least 4 players. So if queue queue.size is greater than or equal to 4. Actually, I'm going to do this. If queue.size is less than 4, go ahead and return no match found. Otherwise, then we'll just always get a match, right? So we'll say user 1 equals queue.pop, user 2 equals queue.pop, and then we'll say formatted string, user 1 matched to user 2, like that. So we did that, we did this. Okay, 2 failed. The action is leave, search the queue, and remove them if they are in the queue. Yep, we did that. If action is join, push the user's name onto the queue. We did that. Where if pop the first two users from the queue and return the following string. User 1 matched. Oh, the devil's in the details. There we go. Now we're cooking. Oh no, now we have a linked list. Remember how the push method on our queue is O of n instead of O of 1? Yes, I do remember that. I do indeed remember this. Let's fix that. To build a faster queue, we'll use a linked list instead of a regular list. Under the hood, a linked list is where elements are not stored next to each other in memory. Instead, each item references the next in a chain. Our nodes will be represented by a simple class with two fields, value and next. The raw string value that the node holds, Carla James, a reference to the next node in the list. Okay, let's lock in and make locked in faster. I really feel like somebody should build a social media network called Locked In. Complete the node's constructor. Set its val field to the provided value. Set its next field to none. Complete the node's set next method. It should set the next field to the provided node. Okay. So self.val equals val. Self.node equals node. Oops, sorry, self.next. Node object has no attribute next. Oh, sorry. Self.next equals none. There we go. Now we got it. Hello, Josh Gull. Yeah, I'm grinding, man. I'm trying to play boot.dev. It's fun. Yeah, it's a good way to start the day, you know? I saw yesterday somebody's Archmage post on LinkedIn and it looked pretty cool, so I want to get my Archmage coin. See if I can find it. I wish I would have saved it. I need to do a better job of saving posts when I see posts from people. Anyways, yeah, I'm grinding away at it. I wonder how many people that actually get that achievement on their platform. Oh, nice. Well, thanks for looking at my stuff on LinkedIn. Yeah, I don't know, man. LinkedIn's kind of a weird place. You gotta be, it's kind of like GitHub in a lot of ways. You just got, it's one of those places like based on the way the world is, you gotta kind of be there, you know? Unless I guess you're like you. I mean, in your case, don't you work for yourself or you run your own company or whatever? So it may not be as important for you, but for an employee like me, it's probably a little bit more important. A linked list is a collection of ordered items, so it's similar to a normal list. Items in a normal list are stored next to each other in memory. To get an item from a normal list, we have to use a numbered index. Okay, yep. You can think of an index as simply an offset from the start. The cars list in the example refers to the start of the list, and 1 is just the fourth item in that section of memory. With a normal list, all the data is stored in the same place in memory, and the index is just a way to find the right spot. In a linked list, there are no indexes. Each node contains two things, the data itself and a reference to the next node in the list. Iterating over a linked list requires starting at the head node and following the next references until you reach the end. Frankly, linked lists can be annoying to use and incur more overhead, so why use a linked list at all? It's because sometimes linked lists are much faster to make updates to, particularly when inserting or deleting items from the middle. In a normal list, if you insert an item in the middle, you have to shift all the items after at one spot. Okay? In a linked list, once you've traversed to a given node, insertion is O of 1 because you simply update two references. You update this, so this reference now points to this guy, and this reference now points to this guy. That's handy. Linked lists have a faster time complexity than regular lists when it comes to inserting and deleting in the middle. Even though iterating with linked lists kind of sucks compared to the simplicity of arrays, we've got to do it. Although the implementation is more complex and slow, we can still make it easy for users of our class by providing an iter method. The yield keyword in Python returns a value, kind of like return, however it's used to turn a function into a generator function. A generator function creates a new function object. When that function is called, it executes the code in the generator function until it hits a yield statement. At that point, the function pauses and returns the value of the yield statement. The next time the function is called, it picks up right where it left off. Every time you call create message generator, it creates a new generator. To continue from where you left off, you need to assign this generator to a variable. This way, when you use next or loop over the generator, you're continuing with the same instance rather than starting a new one. Assignment. The linked list class is a wrapper class that uses the node class we already wrote. I don't feel like those timers seem to be going off at the exact same time. I feel like I just need to recreate them. Let's see. Interval anywhere between 200 let's see, this will be anytime commands, and then this is edit anytime links. I am not off work today. Ichimaku Edge Trading. It's a work day for me. It's Wednesday, but I don't work till 8. I usually start work around 8, 8:15, stuff like that. My work is pretty chill about kind of treating you like an adult, right? So as long as you do your work, you make sure you're getting your stuff done on time. They don't hassle you too much. All right. No other node points to the linked list head. The linked list head node. So the linked list class itself needs to keep track of it. We'll use the term head and tail like this: head node, tail node. The direction of flow above might feel opposite to what you're used to with a queue, but it's really the same. Above, I'm using arrows to show which nodes are pointing to which other nodes. In a future lesson, when we implement a queue using a linked list, we'll add elements to the tail and remove elements from the head. Let's see, complete the iter method. It should be a generator function that yields each node in the linked list from the head to the tail. Create a reference to the head node. Use a while loop to iterate over the linked list until node is none. Yield the current node. Set node to the next node. Well, that's pretty handy. All right, so this is our iter. And we need to say node equals self.head. And then say while node not none. Will that work? Not is, I guess. While node does not equal none, we want to yield the node and then say node, set node to the next node. Node equals node.next. I feel like this linked list is missing some code. Something seems off about this code. All right. Hey, Kale, what's up? My notifications didn't tell me in time. Oh, I'm sorry, Kale. Been sitting here. Was like, Shirley, I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm sorry about the notifications letting you down, but good to see you, man. Hope you had a good day. It's Samsung you blame. Ah, those Japanese. Hold on, no, Samsung's not Japanese, is it? It's North. Is it North Korean or not North Korean? Is it South Korean? Yeah, South Korea. Those South Koreans. Those Samsung people. How dare they? Yeah, South Korea. All right, time to allow our linked list to add new nodes to the end of the list, kind of like a regular Python's list.append method. Complete the add to tail method. It adds a new node to the end of the list and returns nothing. Got gifted two 1U servers because they don't need them, and I wiped them already. What's a 1U server? I mean, being gifted any servers is awesome, but that's pretty awesome. Oh, is this a model number? It's like a Dell server. Well, that's awesome, man. I'm kind of jealous. So if you work in IT, you get leftover like Intel One U rack server with 3 TB of RAM. Oh my goodness, that's awesome, dude. So if you work in IT, you just get leftover hardware. I like this. That is a nice perk of the job.
Did we just become best friends?
Hey, thanks for the follow, technically, Jacob. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Okay, so if self.head equals none, then you offered them $100 for the scrap they wrote it off. That's awesome, dude. That's pretty baller. It's pretty awesome. Otherwise, keep a reference to the last node in the list. Start with it set to the head. So otherwise, keep a reference. Okay, last equals self dot head. Then say while you can use a for loop now that we before in self. I guess for node in self. Update your last node reference to the current node. So last equals node. Once you've iterated over the entire list, your last reference should be the last node in the list, the tail. Set the next field of the last node to the new node. Okay. So we'll say last dot next equals node. Did that, run. This seems like a bad sign. How do I get a job as a SQL architect for developer? Because right now I'm a freelance full stack developer. Any recommendations? I don't know anything about getting a job as a SQL architect. I don't know anything about that. I do know stuff about getting jobs though, and I think the key to getting jobs is persistence and enthusiasm. You just have to apply a lot. You got to interview a lot. It's kind of like doing any kind of sales or marketing for a business. It's all just a numbers game. You got to get in front of people, you got to shake hands, you got to have conversations, and you got to find the person who's going to give you a shot. There's somebody out there who will give you a shot. The key is finding them and getting in front of them. So that's my only real advice on job searching. Searching for a job sucks. Interviewing sucks. Being rejected sucks. It all sucks. But it's the only way. 3 TB of RAM capacity. That's crazy. That's fantastic, man. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with your servers? Your newly gifted servers. I wonder why it's an infinite loop. Once you've iterated over the entire list, your last reference should be the last node in the list. Hey, what's up, Born to Shine? Thanks for being a member, man. Good to see you. I need to see if it has everything. Otherwise, I'll just buy parts slowly and refurbish them. Yeah, that'd be great, man. Store a lot of Linux ISOs. Yeah, I'm sure you could use them for just about anything. I'd probably use them as web servers for hosting projects and stuff. You could use them as like runners. Like you could set up your own Git T server and stuff. Use them as runners. I don't know. I guess with that much RAM, you probably should use some sort of virtualization, huh? Divvy them up, turn them into some different virtual machines that do different things for you. It's very cool. Oh, should be an early return there. No. If there isn't a head node, set the new node and return. Otherwise, keep a reference to the last node in the list. Start with it, set to head. Iterate over the linked list. Update your last node reference to the current node. I don't know what I did wrong. Boot. I've created an infinite loop, but don't understand how. Please help. You are my only hope. Ah, crap, you son of a bitch. See, submit. That was a silly one. That's cool, man. That's really cool. I would love to have I don't want like a giant rack, but have you seen like those 10-inch, those like little mini 10-inch racks? I would like to have one of those. I think that'd be fun. 10-inch mini rack. Dude, Jeff Greeling's the man. Yeah, something like this. I would like to have a rack like this. Nothing crazy, you know, for the home lab. I think that'd be fun. Even maybe a couple, maybe a little taller. Oh, you have one like that? Yeah, that's. I'd probably want it to have a few more bays, but that's the right size for me for a house home lab setup. I like Jeff Greeling's channel. He's actually not too far away from me. I think he lives in St. Louis. Yeah, I think he's in St. Louis. Yeah, he went to SLU. I think that's where he lives. But I like his YouTube channel a lot. He's kind of the one of the one guys right now that's making like sort of programming and coding related content or like tech related content that isn't just about AI. So his channel's kind of been a nice safe haven. I'm going to St. Louis this summer. Any recommendations for things to do there? Well, you got to see the Arch, obviously, if you're going to St. Louis, right? You gotta see the Arch. Um, what else? If you're a baseball fan, you could try to catch a Cardinals game at the new Busch Stadium. That would be cool. It could be expensive, depending on what you're really into. But that would be fun. Um, Nothing else comes to mind besides those two things. There's the St. Louis Zoo, which is pretty good. I haven't been there in a while. The last time I went, I was probably uh, still living at home with my parents. That's a long time ago, probably over 20 years since I've been there. But when I went, it was fun. So you can do the zoo, you can do the Arch, try to go to a Cardinals game. You have two full size, yeah. Yeah, you got to figure out. You got to get a new rack. This means if you have full size servers, now you need a full size server rack, Kale. That's what that means. You just, you know, your home's just going to become a data center. Let's see, implement the add to head method. It should add a new node to the front of the list and return nothing. Set the next field on the given node to the current head node. Update the head reference to the given node. Okay. So we do node.next equals self.head. Self.head equals node. Yeah, just turn the house into a data center. Your girlfriend will be fine. You can turn her into a data center technician. She can be your live-in data center technician. You can train her up. Yeah, Aeronaut, I hope you enjoy your time in St. Louis. You know, I don't know where you're from, Aeronaut, but I hope you enjoy your time in Missouri. There's a developer conference there that they hold in St. Louis every year that I'd like to go to. Maybe next year. Oh, I bet she loves that they're on the dining room table. If there's one thing our partners love, it's our house. It's covering our house in technology. Currently, for the most part, most of my tech. Well, actually, I take that back. My tech stuff is kind of spread around the house, but most of the tech stuff is isolated in my office right now. Little bits in the basement, but for the most part, it's kind of self-contained. Although I don't think my wife. I think that's actually kind of a problem. I don't think my wife really cares too much. I think she actually kind of is too encouraging, maybe, because sometimes I'll be like, I want to buy a $4,000 Spark computer to do local AI, and she'd be like, do it. And and I'm like, I have to be the responsible one and say, no, we shouldn't spend $4,000 on a computer. That's crazy. So to use our linked list as a fast queue, we need our add to tail function to be O of 1. Oh no, man. Twitch just disconnected. You son of a bitch. That's the first time that's happened today. We're reconnected though. From the Netherlands. I'm going to a guy there for some injuries I have. He's called Squat University on YouTube. Maybe you know. Oh yeah, I think I know Squat University. That's awesome, dude. Uh, Very cool that you're from the Netherlands. I'd like to visit the Netherlands. Dr. Aaron Horschig. He's going to help you with your knee. Oh, he went to the University of Missouri. He's a physical therapist. You know, I don't think I've ever actually watched his YouTube channel. I feel like I've heard of Squat University before, but I don't think I've ever been there. How did you come across him? Just YouTube? He's great. I can recommend for injury. Very cool. So I guess you just found him on YouTube, huh? The internet's a cool place, man. Kale, IKEA Riga clothes rack, $21. 12 RU server rack, $209. I don't think I know what an IKEA Riga clothes rack. You think you can use the IKEA rack as a server rack? Why are you looking at IKEA clothing rack? Just YouTube, and I read his book. Nice. Well, I hope your visit to St. Louis goes well, and I hope you get your injury treated. I hate that that's the reason why you're having to come here, but I sure hope it helps a lot with your knee. Cheers. I'm sure it will. Yeah, yeah. I bet it'll be great. Positive thoughts. Positive thoughts. Excuse me. Update add to head to also set the tail reference to the given node if the list is empty. So add to head, node set next is self.head. Self.head equals node. If the list is empty. So what does that mean? I guess that means if I don't know how to check if it's empty. How do I check if the list is empty to accomplish checkbox number 2? Those sound effects or something else, man. So look at how your add detail method checks for an empty list. Look at if self.head is none. When the list has no items, self.head is none. That's your is the list empty test. Oh, okay. Okay. So if self.head is none, then we'll do self.tail also equals node. Update add to tail. So set the head and tail to the given node if the list is empty. So if self.head is none, then self.tail equals node. Instead of iterating through the list to find the last node, use the tail node to append the new node. For example, self.tail.next. Okay, so then we will do self.tail.next. Whoops. Hey, what's up, Waves Coder? Nice to see you. Update the tail reference to the new node. Instead of iterating through the list to find the last node, use the tail node to append the new node. Okay, so you have the tail, you have an existing tail. Okay, so I know I know for sure that self dot tail needs to become this guy, right? And before we do that, I'm still confused. I'm not understanding this. It's frustrating me. I don't understand box 2 and 3 of step, what was it? Step 3. Cheapest rack for the server is $500,000. That's crazy. I don't understand what I don't. This seems redundant. Self.caboose.set next car. Then you just replace caboose with new car. Why in my head does that seem like a dumb thing? If you populate the existing node's next property to the new node, but then just replace the node whose next property you just set with the same node, what did you gain? Can you use some pictures to help me understand maybe better? Starting to not sound feasible. I'll reckon I'll keep them as tabletop servers. Man, that's crazy. $500,000. Sheesh. Okay. Let's see. Not dumb at all. This is generally tricky bit of pointer juggling. The key insight. Those two lines do different jobs. Let me draw it out. Say the list currently has two nodes, A, B. Self.tail points at B. Now we want to add C. Line self.tail.set next. This changes B's next from none to C. Okay? It physically links C into the chain. Notice C is now in the list, but self.tail is lying. It still points at B, which is no longer the last node. Huh. It's still I don't I'm just stupid. uh self dot self dot what was it? Self dot tail dot set set next self dot tail equals node. I don't get it. I don't get it, but that's what we need to do. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, but tail could be none here, right? Yeah, there's some check that's missing here. Let's see, remove one method away from having a fully functional O1 queue. We just need a way to remove the first element from the linked list in constant time. When we are finished, our linked list will fulfill the basic requirements of a queue. I mean, what's crazy about the linked list thing is I know that I've probably used a linked list in the last 6 years of programming that I've done, but I've literally never had to actually work with one or implement one directly. Like I'm sure some data structure and some language under the hood makes use of it, and I don't know, and I'm not aware it's there. But it's just funny to me how much linked list comes up in DSA stuff, and I've literally never actually made use of one like in a tangible way in 6 years of coding and programming. Maybe that's just because the type of coding and programming I do, right? Like, but for whatever reason, my head can't wrap my brain cannot wrap my head around it. All right, so complete the remove from head method. Doubly linked lists are annoying. Yeah. Complete the remove from head method. It should remove the first node from the list and return it. Only use them for music playlist. Interesting. Interesting. If the list is empty, just return none. Okay, let's start there. So the way we know it's empty is we say self dot head is none. Return what? Return none. Assign the head to be removed to a variable. To be removed equals self.head. Set the list head to the next node in the list. Okay, so self.head equals to be removed dot next. Or I guess it could just be self.head.next, right? If the list became empty, so I guess if self.head is none, self.tail equals none. Set the now removed heads next to none. We don't want it to point to any node in the list. So to be removed dot next equals none. Return the removed head. return to be removed. Success. Let's recap a key points about linked lists and queues. The problem with our array implementation of a queue was that it had O of n push operations. The linked list implementation of a queue has O of 1 push operations. Linked lists are usually a worse choice than standard arrays because they are less performant, they are more complex, they have no random access. Doubly linked lists are a better choice than arrays in very specific circumstances because they have O of 1 insertions and deletions at both ends of the list. A queue made with a linked list instead of an array can have O of 1 pushes and pops. A queue that uses an array doesn't have O of 1 pushes and pops because when elements are added or removed, the last index of the array, all the items need to shift. I think it's from the first index. There you go. Kind of new to the channel, so what kind of job are you do for work? Oh, I'm a pretty open book on that. You can go to my LinkedIn. Actually, here I'll drop my LinkedIn in the comments. I work as a quality engineer for a software company that makes a kind of like a they're primarily focused in the GRC governance, risk, and compliance, but the software we make is much more, I would say, is much more like a business automation platform. So think of something like ServiceNow or Salesforce. It's it's all very no code, low code, user defined data schema, that sort of thing. Forms over data. You can do different types of workflows and automations and things of that nature. And I just work on our quality team there, so I do manual testing and automated testing, and that pays the bills. All right, now we're on to trees. Trees are a widely used data structure that simulate a hierarchy. Well, tree structure. That said, they're typically drawn upside down. The root node is at the top, and the trees are at the bottom. Trees are kind of like linked lists in the sense that the root node simply holds references to its child node, which in turn hold references to their children. But tree nodes can have multiple children instead of just one. A generic tree structure has the following rules. Each node has a value and may have a list of children. Children only have a single parent. Wonderful, wonderful. Multiple nodes in the tree can have the same value. I don't see why they couldn't. Yeah, sure, why not? Parent nodes can have multiple children. Children can have one parent. Parent nodes can have multiple. Trees aren't particularly useful. Biochem hectic. Hectic. I don't know what that means, Kale. But yeah, I was a biochem major in college. Let's see. The left child's value must be less than its parent's value. The right child's value must be greater than its parent's value. No two nodes in the BST can have the same value. By ordering the tree like this, we can traverse the tree to find the node we want much faster. Nodes, where do this is a dumb question, but binary trees have come up a lot in all the learning I've done about data structures and algorithms. But a question I've never asked is, who the fuck builds I mean, somebody or some code has to build the binary search tree, right? I'm curious about this. So many DSA related courses discuss BSTs for efficiently no, that's not efficiently searching through data. But BSTs don't just exist out in nature, so to speak. So whose code does the inefficient work to construct and maintain the BST so that other code can use that data structure? Someone has to pay the piper, right? See what Gemini says. Let's see. In most high-level programming environments, you are really writing raw node linking code yourself, instead using collection library. The developer who wrote these standard libraries have already paid the piper. They have implemented the complex logic for insertion, deletion, self-balancing. When you call set myset.add, the library code traverses the tree, compares the value, finds the correct leaf. Okay, so who came up with the efficient, or so who came up with the algorithms that make that who came up with the algorithms that make the BST possible? I mean, not everyone can be re-implementing their own version of it, right? Like, we are all probably relying on the same algorithm to make BSTs happen, right? Hey, what's up, Elias? How are you? I'm doing well, man. I'm just writing some code, drinking some coffee, enjoying my morning. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of interesting because we talk about like BSTs, but it's like, well, where did those come from? Where did the BSTs come from, and whose code makes sure that the BST remains a BST? Biochem hectic. Oh, Aussie saying for nice. Biochem hectic is is a Aussie saying. Oh, or hectic is an Australian saying. Hectic Australian. Huh. I didn't know that. We learned something new. Oh shit, Twitch disconnected again. Sorry, Twitch. Not that there's a lot of people over there. Depending on the context, it describes anything that is wildly impressive, crazy, or extreme. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to start. I'll have to start working that in. Is fractal branching morphogenesis like the human bronchial tree a form of binary search tree? I don't know. Is it? Fractal branching morphogenesis. Huh. It's interesting. Elias, are you using AI for programming? Kind of. I haven't used it much for programming recently. Super helpful for documentation. Super helpful for looking stuff up. Research, searching. I mean, obviously it's an LLM, so you gotta always kind of trust but verify type of situation. But not a ton for programming. Um, I still really enjoy writing code, man. I do. I enjoy fussing over the code. I feel like I get smarter. I feel like I get better. The more things I build, the more problems I solve. Um, I've been lucky, I think, in a lot of ways, Elias, to escape some of the pressure that I think a lot of other people are experiencing with using AI, particularly at their jobs. And I haven't really encountered that. I mean, if that ever does happen, that's fine. I don't I personally, and I know people are gonna have different opinions. Using AI is super fucking easy. Using AI to accomplish a task that you already know how to accomplish or know how should be accomplished is really trivial. So this whole idea, this whole like wave of people who are like, "I'll teach you how to be an AI native developer" or whatever. It's not that hard to talk to type into a text box. Um, yeah, it's not that difficult. Um, so yeah, if that ever happens at work, it's whatever. Obviously, it might change how much I want to remain doing things on the engineering or programming side of things professionally if that job just becomes you being an agent wrangler. That would probably change how I would view the next 20 years of my career. But so far I've been able to escape a lot of that. Elias, I see it's been a while. You seem to advance. I don't think I never feel like I'm ever very good at coding or programming. I definitely feel like I'm getting better over the years, but I always look around and see people building way more complex things and way cooler things than I've ever built or could think I could build. So, uh, it always feels like by comparison, I'm not that super good or that super capable. But comparison's the thief of joy, right? I say I'm all for AI at work, but not for things you can't do. Yeah, it requires some self awareness, right? You should probably be some self awareness when to know maybe AI is doing things you don't understand well enough to like know you're doing it right or wrong. Yeah, yeah. It's an interesting world we live in. I went to college to be a chemical engineer. Nice, very cool. Chevron paid me to go to college to learn automation for coding their systems, so I wound up being a computer science engineer for Chevron. That's awesome, man. That's very, very cool. Sounds like an awesome career. My my uncle, one of my uncles, my dad's wife's brother, he went to the University of Kansas and got a PhD in um, I think it was in something geology related. It was basically related to the oil and gas industry is what his field of study was in. But he ended up working at Motorola. He was an engineer at Motorola for many many years, and had a very successful career there, working particularly I think it kind of in a electrical engineering kind of role. Um, but yeah, that sounds like an awesome career, man. I'm jealous. Must have had some really cool experiences. That's a big company, you know? Oh, whoops, sorry. Binary search trees as opposed to generic trees must be ordered left, right. The child's value must be less than its parent's value, and the right child must be greater. Hey, good morning, FE911. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am hanging around on the YouTubes again. Yes. How long that is a thing, we will see. I'm definitely committed to getting through boot.dev, so I'm going to try to become an Archmage in boot.dev. I spent the money, so I'm going to do it. And it's fun. It's kind of like playing video games, you know? Good way to entertain oneself. And the streaming aspect of it's a good way to have some accountability, you know? I'm going to get up and put in the time. All right. Complete the insert method of the binary search node class. It takes a user object's input and adds it to a new node if the value doesn't already exist in the tree. Okay, if the node doesn't have a value yet, store the given value and return. Okay. So if self.val is none, then we say self.val equals val, and we return. If the node's value, if self.val is equal to the given value, just return, no duplicates allowed, return. Okay. If the given value is less than the node's value, okay, so if val is less than self.val and self.left is none, create a new left child node with the given value and return. So we do self.left equals BST node, and we pass in the value and return. Elias, do you think AI is just a propaganda like when they were pushing Web3? I've been using AI. It's like using Google search. The only difference, he gave you the answers that you want. I don't know. AI, I think AI is like a lot of technologies in that it's yes to all of it, right? So it's like, is there hype? Yes. Is there real meaningful technology and scientific advancement in it? Yes. Right? Is it useful? Yes. Can it be harmful? Yes. Right? It's all the things, you know. And I think that's the difficult thing that humans struggle with is being able to hold like conflicting ideas at the same time. It's useful, it's not useful. It's beneficial, it's harmful. It's overpriced, it's underpriced, right? It's like uh it's going to be good for society, it's going to be bad for society. It's all those things, right? And I think selfishly I'm just trying to do my best to figure out how to navigate my way through it from primarily from an economic standpoint, like maintaining a career, keeping a job, continuing to earn money in a marketplace where AI is now a thing. So you have to be aware of it, you have to understand it, you have to be able to talk about it. And then at the same time balancing like my own personal my own personal concerns about like how using AI impacts me, right? So yeah, it's just, you know, it's a messy thing. Okay, if the given value is less than the node's value and the node does have a left child, recursively call insert off of that left child with the given value in return. Okay. Interesting. So let's actually do if I don't like the nesting, but I think that's going to make the most sense here. Else return self.left dot insert and then pass the val. Otherwise, since we already checked if the value is equal to or less than the node, if the given value is less than the node's value, well, we didn't check less than or equal. Since we already checked if it is less is equal to is equal. Oh, yeah, we did check. If it's equal, yeah, that's our first check. Handle whether or not the node already has a right child. So then it would just be if self.right is none, then we do self.right equals bst node value and return. Otherwise, we recursively call self.right.insert on the value. Wonderful. See, inserting into a binary tree is very fast. Picture the algorithm that you just wrote in your head. Now, how many comparisons does it take to find the right spot for a new node? It only requires one comparison for each level of the tree, making it O of log n, at least in a balanced tree. We'll talk about this later. Order log n is very fast. It's practically as good as O of 1 in most cases. If our tree has 1,000,000 nodes, we only need to make 20 comparisons to find the right spot for a new node. If our tree is 2 times larger, 2,000,000 nodes, we only need to make one more comparison per insert. Isn't logarithmic scale wonderful? It's also kind of hard to think about, though. I don't know. My brain doesn't think in a log scale. It also doesn't think very well in an exponential scale either. I think human beings, I think we're kind of wired to think very linear. Let's see, now that we add users to our BST, our system wants us to start implementing search functionality. Implement the get min and get max methods. They should return the minimum and maximum values in the BST respectively. But this is just in the node, right? So or does it want me to actually walk the tree? The get loops through all, oh, okay, so it does actually want me to walk it. So the get min function loops through all the left child nodes and returns the value of the last one. So I guess first things first, if self.left is none, then just return. I don't even know what it would want me to return here. Min. I guess we'll just return infinity. Float negative infinity. Let's see, Python min infinity. And then I guess we'll do the same thing here, but for right. But make it positive. Otherwise, then we just say last equals self dot right, and then we say while last does not equal none, and then we just set last to equal last dot right, like that. Then return last dot val, something like this. Attribute val is not defined on none. So why do you think this should be a... Oh, because it could be none. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. That feels right, I guess. I can't articulate why why I don't agree. Left. Okay. So I guess maybe what I want to do is actually I want to if last dot left is none, break, like that, and then set this to just a true. Do the same thing here. I don't know what the right way to walk this is. If last dot right is none, break. I always want to add semicolons. Okay, obviously I must not be walking this correctly. None type object has no attribute username. Oh, I guess if this actually should be return self.val, right? Is what this should be. That's still giving me the same error. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm not gonna waste a bunch of time on it. Yo, I'm stuck. Tell me what I fucked up. Let's see. I see your code. The error is in min. Look at the very last line. Return last dot left. Last dot left. Last dot. Oh. I think. Ah, bro, it's always the little things. Claude would have figured that out. It takes a value as an input, deletes the node with that value if it exists. Each call returns the new root of the tree after the deletion. Implement the recursive delete method. It takes a value as an input and deletes the node with that value if it exists. Each call returns the new root of the tree after the deletion. Sometimes when I'm saying DSA things, I feel like I'm insane. Notice that in the test suite, the delete method is called like this: bst equals bst.delete. Okay, check if the current node is empty. It has no value. If it is, return none. Okay, so if self.val is none, return none. Okay. If the value to delete is less than the current node's value. So if self.val. Twitch and me are just not getting along today. We keep disconnecting from Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch folks. If the value to delete is less than the current node's value, if val is less than self.val, if there's a child, recursively delete the value from the left subtree, update the left child reference with the result, return the current node. Okay, so return self. And then in here we want to say if there's a left child, if self.left is or not does not equal none, then we have to say self.left.delete val like this. Self.left equals self.delete and then return self. Okay. If the value to delete is greater than the current node's value, if value is greater than self.value, if self.right does not equal none, self.right equals self.right.delete val, then return self. Okay. If the value to delete equals the current node's value, which I guess is the last case, right? If the value to delete equals the current node's value, we found the node to delete. If there is no right child, return the left child. This bypasses the current node, effectively deleting it. Okay, so if self.right equals none, if there is no right child, return the left child. Return self.left. If self.left equals none, return self.right. Okay. Otherwise, we start at the right child and we say walk left until you find the smallest node in the right subtree. Oh my god, dude, this is like really, this is kind of breaking my brain. Let's see. If the value to delete equals the current node's value, we found the node to delete. If there is no right child, return the left child. If there is no left child, return the right child. If there are both left and right children, start at the right child. Walk left until you find the smallest node. Return the current node. So we still have to return the current node. So I guess we'll just say left, self. So it wants me to walk left. So I guess we'll say left. And we'll say self.right walk until you find the smallest node. I don't know what this means. I'm lost here. Let's see. It has all data structures. You can simulate operations and see how it happens. I have this nice website. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Oh, I think it stripped your link, Aeronaut. Do you mind if you're in my Discord? Do you mind posting it in Discord? I think YouTube doesn't let people send links in chat, or you could just spell it out, maybe. Instead of linking it. I don't know what this means right here. This confuses me. This confuses me. I have so much stored up salmon. I'm glad I stored up all the salmon for the DSA course. Okay, let's say you have this tree and want to delete 10. You can't just remove 10 and leave a gap. You need a replacement that keeps the BSA properly valid. Okay, where do you find it? It's always the leftmost node in the right subtree. Everything in the right everything in the right subtree is already larger than 10. So the algorithm is start at self.left, keep walking left until there's no more left child. That node's value is your replacement. Okay, so I guess that would be replacement equals replacement node equals self.write, and then while I guess while true if replacement while replacement node while replacement node dot left I guess if replacement node is none, break. Otherwise, set replacement node equal to replacement node dot left. Okay, and then copy the next largest value into the current node's value. So that would be self dot value equals replacement node dot value, like this. Delete the successor value from the right subtree by calling delete on it, and save the returned as the new right. So we do self.write equals I guess we do self.write.delete replacement node.value, like that. I guess I got it. I'm surprised. I didn't feel like I was understanding what they were asking me to write very well, but let's see, submit. It works. It's like you just like, oh yeah. Yay, it works. Okay, deletion root. What's the approximate depth of a tree with 16,000 nodes? Let's see, that would be if 12. So if we go up by orders, what is this? Orders of magnitude doubling? Doubling. So it would be so that would be 8. Yeah, about 14 levels. What is the average big O of the delete method? It is O of login. Yeah, let's see. Hold, sorry. I was going to look at your website. Oh, whoops. Oh, I was gonna. Here, I gotta go back. Oh, they got rid of my. Did they get rid of my conversation? Oh, they did. He had a good example. Can you give me an example tree of values to use? There we go. So 50. Oops. Let's delete delete one. Let's reset it. So let's do 50, 30. That's pretty cool. The animation's good. I like it. 20, 40. This is a pretty handy. It kind of reminds me of a VS Code extension that I've used in the past called oh shoot, I forgot the name of it. VS Code DSA extension. It was made by one of the VS Code developers. Is this it? No. I want to say it was DSA extension. I want to say his name was uh, Heinrich or something like that. This one, VS Code Debug Visualizer. This is the one I've used in the past. It reminds me of this, where you could actually like write, you could write the code. You can write the code for your algorithm and data structures in VS Code, and then it will turn it into a visualization. You can like step through it with the debugger. Reminds me of that. But yeah, it's very cool. This is very cool. Where was I? 60? 80. Insert. Okay, so now let's delete some stuff. So let's say I want to delete 60. Let's also slow down the animation speed a little bit so my brain can wrap my head around it. Looking at right subtree. Found node to delete it. Okay, but it didn't have to replace that value, I guess, huh? So let's delete 30. There we go. Then it had to replace it. Interesting. That's pretty cool, man. That's a really good find. I'm gonna bookmark that. I guess there's probably just like a general. Is there just a that shows all of them? There we go. Visualization. I'm gonna bookmark that. Love it. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Super kind of you. Hey, Kale. Good to see you, man. Hello, D. I'm back. When I left, we were still doing Language Wars. Oh, no, we moved on from Language Wars. I spent like an hour struggling through one boot.dev problem, and I've just continually now been trying to make more progress. I've probably got another 15 more minutes of streaming, and then I gotta go to work. What is Language Wars? Oh, we were just arguing because I was bitching about what I was not bitching, but I was just saying that after 2 to 3 weeks, I spent 2 to 3 weeks rewriting a Python library, and after all that work, I still don't understand why people would choose Python. I still don't understand what draws people to it. And then we went down the rabbit hole of like, I like this language, they like this. You know what I mean? The preferences of developers. Bros coding 14 hours a day for the love of the game. I mean, yeah, it's fun. It's fun to code. It's fun to solve problems. I enjoy it. Um, I guess my small monkey brain enjoys the dopamine. Oh, this is cool. This is another one of those algorithms or one of those animations. Okay, implement the recursive pre-order method. It returns a list of the values in the order they are visited, and it takes an argument, the ordering of values we have visited so far. For example, the first call to pre-order on an entire tree would be that. Okay, so here are the algorithm steps. If the current node actually contains a value, visit it by appending its value to the visited array. Yeah, you're busy. I wouldn't feel bad, man. You know, there's only so much time in the day, and life is busy, and there's just so you gotta be gracious to yourself. It's 11 p.m. here. We're at opposite ends of the day, man. Okay, so if self dot val does not equal none, then we will say visited dot append self dot val. Okay. Return visited. Then recursively traverse the left subtree, recursively traverse the right subtree. So we do self dot, or no, sorry, not self dot left pre-order visited, and then self dot right dot pre-order visited. I guess we also have to say if self dot left does not equal none, then it's safe to do this. If self dot right does not equal none. Oops. Level 53. Let's go. Dude, it takes quite a bit of XP once you get to these higher levels. Also, I didn't get to open my chest. Ooh, I got some armor. The armor's helpful. Man, I have a lot of gems. Consume a seer stone to view a solution. I don't really need that. A frozen flame will protect your streak for 4 days when you need a break. That would be good to have just in the bag, just in case. I have plenty of salmon. Armor's good. I don't need any potion right now. Armor's always good to have. How many armor do I have? I have 2. Let's double that. And I think that's good. I've been stockpiling my gems. I don't do leak code, but Advent of code I do every year. And last year was actually the first year I got through all the days. It was a ton of fun. It was very hard. One of the days was very, very hard. I think it was like day 10. Was it day 10? There was a day that I had to quit on. So this was the very first year I did it. Where is my events? There we go. Oh, I guess I did it. Or no, I didn't do 2022. I think that was a practice problem. So the first year I did it was 2023. And looks like I made it to day 15, part 1. And then I did year 2024, and I made it to day. Oh, this is all screwed up because we use some of these as practice problems. But I think I made it to like day 17, part 1, or day 16, something like that. I always just try. My goal was just to do better than last year. That was my goal. And then last year was the first year I got all of them, and that was very exciting. I think it helped, though. I will say I think it helped this last year that they moved to a 12-day format. So basically, there's a total of 24 problems you have to solve, which makes it, to me, who's not like a rock star coder or rock star programmer, it was much more manageable to do one part a day for 24 days. That's the way I did it. Because in previous years, there was actually 48 technically, right? Because each problem has 2 parts. And this was hard to keep up with, just with work and family and kids and everything. It was hard to stay on pace. And man, once you fall behind, it's difficult to overcome. But a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Selection phase. I got a job interview tomorrow. Been out of work for the last 9 months. Nothing to do with tech, but still excited because I've applied everywhere. This is the first in-person interview I've got. Well, congratulations, man. First of all, congratulations that you got an interview. I'm sorry about the 9 months of unemployment. If that was my situation, dude, that would be like we'd be homeless. So I'm really, really sorry that you've been dealing with that. And I hope this interview goes well. I hope you get the job. You know. Yeah, Advent of Code's a lot of fun. Highly recommend it. Doing some leak code. Yeah, leak. I haven't grinded leak code much. I mean, this DSA stuff, I don't put a lot of stock into it. Like, I would much rather work with somebody who's built projects and actual working software than somebody who can speed run leak code. That's just my personal bias. I think this is valuable knowledge. It's valuable to be aware of these things and understand that there are these tools, these structures, these algorithms that you can reach for to solve problems, but being able to, like, on the spot reverse a linked list, or on the spot traverse a tree, right? Or on the spot implement a queue that uses a linked list. Yeah, I don't know what that really means from a capability perspective, but so I, for that reason, I don't spend a lot of time doing it. I basically Advent of Code is the one time a year where I spend any time doing that type of stuff. Yeah, and Aeronaut, I have to say, the interview thing is something I haven't had to contend with, so totally understand the having to deal with that. I just haven't had to deal with that. Fingers crossed you make a job baby after those 9 months tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Make a job baby. Which in this context makes sense. Outside this context, people might look at you strangely if you say you made a job baby. Yeah, but good luck, man. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. Okay, so we'll do self dot left dot post order self. Oh, I guess I should have to do the check. If self dot left, that does not equal none. Do that. If self dot right does not equal none, self dot right dot post order visited self dot if self dot val does not equal none. Self dot val visited dot append self dot val return visited. So that was, we basically just inverted that logic. An in-order traversal is the most intuitive way to visit all nodes in a tree. It's called in-order because the current node is visited between its children. It results in an ordered list of the nodes in the tree. Okay, recursively traverse the left subtree. Visit the value of the current node by appending its value to the visited array. Recursively traverse the right subtree. Return the list of the nodes visited so far. Well, I'm gonna save myself some time typing. Copy. Pasta. So we have pre-order, post-order, and an in-order traversal. Copy pasta. Is copy pasta like the creepy copy pasta YouTube? Creepy pasta. Close. Close. I stole copy pasta from the Primogen. I've watched so many the Primogen streams over the last couple of years that his vocabulary has like kind of soaked into mine, for better or worse. Like one of the ticks I picked up in the last year is they did like some stream where they were at an office. They were somewhere. They're at somebody's headquarters. I think they were at like I don't remember the name of the company, but they did like a week-long stream there, and everybody kept saying pim pim, like whenever they would do pnpm install, everyone would say pim pim, and now that's stuck in my head forever. Pim pim. It's good entertainment, but it leaves an impression. You like that? Locked in? Yeah, I think somebody should build a social media called Locked In. I think someone should do it. It's common for a user to navigate directly to another user's profile. We even creepily give the stalked user a notification that someone is looking at their profile. This sounds familiar. Limit people's posts to one every week. Root out all the AI bros. Actually find jobs. This has actually fallen great. I think you've actually come up with a wonderful product idea that you could actually sell to people. You know, I think you could actually build that, and you could actually sell that. There's an F11 document that Flight Center uses for planning a holiday. So when I hit F11, I think of going on holiday. Hey, you got to make your keystrokes work for you, right? So whatever works. Okay, so if self.val equals the value we're looking for, return true. And then we need to recurse, huh? But we can know where to look based on the value. So if self.val is less than excuse me, if val is less than self.val, then we search left. So we say self left.exists. That's the val. Oh, and or if self.left exists or does not equal, then we do this. Else return false. There's got to be a better way to write this. And self.right. Then you do self.right. And then otherwise we just return false. Okay, what does their solution look like? Oh yeah, that's a much better way to write it. Because this is actually redundant. We don't need to check that based on the conditions we've already checked. And then if we invert this, then we can just exit here. We can exit early. Much better way to write it. Yep, it's 8:15, Kale. Thank you for the reminder, man. You the man, dude. Yeah, it's time to work. Time to go to work, unfortunately. I can't stream for a living yet. One of these days. I have 19 years to make it happen. So my goal is to retire in 19 years. I'll be 52. So that's my goal. And if everything goes well, if nothing terrible happens, which, I mean, you know what they say, life is what happens when you're busy making plans. But I've got 19 years to become a full-time YouTuber. I'm gonna write it in the most original way, straight assembly, fuck the world. Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it. I like your ideas, though. I like your ideas for the functionality. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right, guys. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful day. I will be back, I guess, tomorrow to do more boot.dev. It was fun hanging out with y'all. Thank you for sticking around and keeping me company. I know I'm not doing anything earth-shattering, but it's nice to have a conversation and write some code. And I hopefully you guys get to write some code too. See you, Aeronaut. If I don't hear from you again, you know the internet's our big place. So if I don't hear from you or see you again, good luck with your trip to St. Louis and good luck with your knee. And yeah, wish you all the well. See you, Kale. Bye, Travis. Bye, guys. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Bye. See you guys.